Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The creaking stair protested beneath my foot, a sound misaligned from the motion. It echoed in the dim hallway, louder than the quiet shuffle of my steps. Unseen hands seemed to toy with the spaces around me, shifting the patterns in the threadbare carpet overnight. I traced the outline of the wall with my fingertips, each bump in the paint foreign though familiar. The clock on the mantel ticked once, offbeat. I paused, my heart sinking to a rhythm that wasn't there. The air held its breath, and when I moved again, the step creaked twice. I keep returning to that morning when the coffee cup sat cold on the kitchen counter. Not mine. I don't drink from blue ceramic, never have. The lipstick mark on the rim was pale pink, almost translucent. I stood there for what felt like hours, watching steam that wasn't there rise from liquid that had gone cold before dawn. The woman next door waters her plants at the same time every day. I've memorized the pattern, geraniums first, then the hanging basket, finally the herb garden by her back steps. But yesterday she started with the herbs, small deviation. I made a note in the margin of my newspaper, next to the crossword I never finish. My sister called about the house. She wants to know when I'm coming back, when I'm ready to sort through everything. Her voice carries that careful tone people use when they think you might break. I told her soon. I've been telling her soon for weeks now. The truth is, I can't remember what I'm supposed to be sorting through. There's a photograph tucked behind the bathroom mirror. I found it when the glass shifted slightly in its frame. Two people standing in front of a car, faces bleached by sunlight. One of them might be me, but the clothes are wrong. The smile is wrong too. I left it there, pressed between mirror and wall, existing in that thin space between reflection and reality. The neighbor's dog barks at 3 different intervals each night. Short burst, pause, longer sequence, pause, then a single bark that seems to question itself. I time it now, pencil marks on the windowsill. The pattern changed after I found the photograph. Everything changed after the photograph. I dreamed about hands in soil, fingers working through earth that felt too warm. When I woke, my nails were dirty. The garden outside my bedroom window had been disturbed, not dug up exactly, more like something had been carefully covered over. The roses looked different, their roots fed by something I couldn't name. The blue cup appeared again this morning. Same lipstick mark, same cold coffee. This time I touched the rim with my finger, traced the pale pink stain. It felt familiar, like muscle memory returning to a hand that had forgotten its purpose. I washed the cup immediately after, scrubbed until the ceramic squeaked. My reflection in the bathroom mirror seems delayed lately. I move left and she follows a heartbeat later. I raise my hand and hers lifts just after mine. The photograph behind the glass makes her face look different, layered with someone else's features. Someone who wore that pale pink lipstick. The woman next door knocked yesterday. She wanted to return something, she said. A garden trowel with my initials carved in the wooden handle. I don't garden, I've never owned tools, but they were my initials, worn smooth by hands that might have been mine. I thanked her and closed the door, holding the trowel like evidence of a crime I couldn't remember committing. The house settles differently now. Floorboards that never creaked before announce every step. Doors that stayed closed drift open during the night. The kitchen faucet drips in Morse code, spelling out messages I'm afraid to decode. I've stopped sleeping upstairs. The couch in the living room feels safer, closer to the exits. I found letters in the mailbox addressed to someone with my last name but a different first initial. The handwriting looks like mine, but the words are wrong. They speak of gardens and growth, of things planted in darkness that bloom in unexpected places. I read them once, then burned them in the sink. The ashes swirled down the drain like secrets returning to earth. The photograph has moved, not behind the mirror anymore, but tucked inside my pillowcase. The faces are clearer now, and I recognize the second person. She's the one who drinks from blue cups, who leaves lipstick marks like signatures. She's the one whose reflection runs a moment behind mine. She's the one who knew about the garden. My sister's voice on the phone sounds different when she asks about the house. There's something she's not saying, words that hover in the spaces between her questions. She mentions soil samples and police visits, conversations with neighbors who remember things I don't. She asks if I've been taking care of myself, if I've been eating, if I remember what happened in the garden. The trowel sits on my kitchen table now, next to the blue cup that appears each morning. I've stopped washing it. The lipstick mark feels like a signature I'm learning to recognize as my own. My reflection in the bathroom mirror moves in perfect synchronization now, as if she's finally remembered how to be me. The woman next door has stopped watering her plants. Her garden withers while mine grows lush and strange. Roses bloom out of season, their roots deep in soil that remembers what I've forgotten. The dog no longer barks its nightly pattern. The silence feels expectant, like the moment before a confession. I hold the photograph in both hands now, studying the faces that wear my features like masks. The car behind us is familiar, parked in the same spot where police tape once fluttered. The smiles are identical, practiced, as if we'd rehearsed this moment of seeming innocence. As if we knew someone would be looking for proof of who we used to be. The coffee in the blue cup is still warm this morning, steam rising in patterns that spell out words I almost recognize. My reflection smiles at me from the bathroom mirror, and I smile back, finally understanding the rhythm of our shared deception. The garden outside my window blooms with impossible abundance, fed by secrets that grow sweeter in the dark. The trowel feels warm in my palm, worn smooth by hands that remember their purpose even when the mind forgets. Story 2. The shadow beneath. My gaze was fixed on the front door, noting its slight imperfection, the paint chipped subtly along the edges. The house was silent, but not peacefully so. It was a quiet teetering on the edge of interruption. The floorboards beneath me held their breath, though they seemed to sag with anticipation. Each subtle shift of the walls, every inconspicuous creak in the rafters, played a rhythm of its own, an unsettling symphony orchestrated by the stillness. I waited for a sign, some evidence of presence beyond the door's barrier. Then, barely noticeable at first, the shadow beneath the door blinked, a sliver of light snuffed out momentarily, stretching into a question I couldn't answer. I had been standing there for what felt like an eternity, though my watch had stopped working weeks ago. The silence pressed against my eardrums like cotton, muffling even my own breathing. This was the house where she had lived, where neighbors claimed they last saw her watering the small garden by the kitchen window. The woman everyone called the quiet one, the one who kept to herself, who smiled politely but never lingered for conversation. The key felt cold in my palm, its metal edges worn smooth by years of use. Her sister had given it to me, along with permission to look through whatever remained. The police had already been through everything, of course, but they were looking for evidence of a crime. I was looking for something else entirely, some thread that might lead me to understand why she had simply vanished without a trace. The lock turned with surprising ease, as if the house itself was eager to reveal its secrets. The door swung open with a soft whisper, and immediately I was struck by the smell. Not decay or abandonment as I had expected, but something sweeter, more complex. vanilla and dust, with an undertone of something I couldn't quite identify, something that made my stomach clench with unease. The living room appeared untouched by time. A half-finished crossword puzzle lay on the coffee table, the pencil still resting beside it as if she had just stepped away for a moment. The television remote sat at the precise angle someone might place it after turning off their favorite program. Everything suggested a life interrupted mid-sentence, a story cut off without warning. I moved through the space slowly, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. Family photographs lined the mantelpiece, but in each one her face had been carefully obscured by shadows or turned away from the camera. It was as if she had been practicing invisibility long before her disappearance. The few images where her features were visible showed a woman in her 30s with dark hair and eyes that seemed to be looking at something just beyond the camera's reach. The kitchen held more mysteries. A single plate sat in the sink, fork and knife arranged with military precision beside it. The refrigerator hummed with mechanical persistence, but when I opened it, most of the contents had expired. Milk gone sour, vegetables wilted beyond recognition, yet somehow the smell wasn't unpleasant. It was that same sweet, complex odor that had greeted me at the door. On the counter, a notepad caught my attention. The top sheet was blank, but the impression of writing showed through from the page that had been torn away. I held it up to the light, trying to make out the words. The indentations formed partial letters, fragments of sentences that might have been a shopping list or something far more significant. I could make out what looked like meet and don't tell, but the rest remained illegible. The stairs creaked as I climbed to the second floor, each step announcing my presence to the empty house. The bedroom was immaculate, bed made with hospital corners, pillows fluffed and positioned with geometric precision. But the closet told a different story. Clothes hung in perfect order, organized by color and season, yet several hangers remained empty. Not randomly empty, but specifically so, as if certain items had been carefully selected and removed. I ran my fingers along the empty hangers, trying to imagine what had hung there. Work clothes, casual wear, or something more specific, chosen for a particular purpose or destination. The metal was cold against my skin, and I noticed my hands were trembling slightly. The house was beginning to affect me in ways I hadn't anticipated. The bedside table drawer stuck when I tried to open it, warped slightly by humidity or age. Inside, I found the usual collection of personal items: reading glasses, lip balm, a small notebook filled with what appeared to be random observations about her neighbors. The entries were brief and cryptic. He leaves every morning at the same time but returns at different hours. She waters her plants twice daily, but they're always dying. The couple next door never speaks when they're outside together. These weren't the musings of a casual observer. They read like surveillance notes, systematic and purposeful. I flipped through the pages, looking for some pattern or explanation, but the entries stopped abruptly several weeks before her disappearance. The final entry was different from the others. They know I've been watching. A chill ran down my spine as I read those words. The implications settled over me like a heavy blanket, suffocating and warm. Who were they, and what had she been watching for? The notebook suddenly felt dangerous in my hands, as if holding it made me complicit in whatever she had discovered. I heard a sound from downstairs, a soft thud, like something falling or being set down carefully. My heart rate quickened, and I strained to listen for any additional noise. The house had returned to its oppressive silence, but now it felt different, charged, as if the very air was holding its breath. Moving as quietly as possible, I made my way back down the stairs, notebook clutched tightly in my hand. The living room appeared exactly as I had left it, but something felt wrong. The crossword puzzle on the coffee table hadn't the pencil been horizontal. Now it lay at a diagonal angle, pointing toward the kitchen. I stood perfectly still, listening for any sound that might indicate I wasn't alone. My breathing seemed unnaturally loud in the silence, and I could hear my pulse drumming in my ears. The sweet smell had grown stronger, almost cloying now, making me slightly nauseous. The kitchen looked the same, but as I examined it more carefully, I noticed that the notepad had been moved. Just slightly, perhaps an inch to the left, but enough to be certain that someone had touched it. My mouth went dry as the realization hit me. I was not alone in this house. I backed toward the front door, my eyes scanning every shadow, every corner where someone might be hiding. The silence stretched between us, me, and whoever else was here like a taut wire ready to snap. My hand found the doorknob, and I was preparing to flee when I heard it, a soft whisper of movement from the basement. The basement door was located just off the kitchen, painted the same bland beige as the rest of the house. I had assumed it was locked, had planned to ask her sister about access if necessary, but now, as I approached it, I could see that it stood slightly ajar, just a crack, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. The whisper came again, so soft it might have been the settling of the house itself. But houses don't settle in rhythm, don't maintain the steady cadence of breathing. Someone was down there in the darkness below, waiting. Every instinct told me to leave, to run from this house and never return. But the notebook in my hand seemed to pulse with importance, and I knew that whatever answers I sought lay beyond that basement door. The missing woman, her careful observations, her sudden disappearance, all of it was connected to what waited in the darkness below. I pushed the door open slowly, wincing at the soft creak of hinges that needed oil. A set of wooden stairs descended into blackness, and the sweet smell rose to meet me like a greeting. My hand fumbled along the wall until I found a light switch, but when I flipped it, nothing happened. The bulb had either burned out or been deliberately removed. Using my phone's flashlight, I began to descend. Each step felt like a commitment, a decision to move further from safety and deeper into whatever truth this house was hiding. The basement was larger than I had expected, stretching beyond the reach of my small light. The concrete floor was clean, almost sterile, but along the walls I could see shapes that didn't belong in a typical basement. Tables, several of them arranged with the same precision I had noticed throughout the house. And on those tables, equipment I couldn't immediately identify. Cameras, recording devices, stacks of photographs, and what appeared to be a complex filing system. This wasn't a basement, it was a command center. I moved closer to the nearest table, my light revealing dozens of photographs spread across its surface. They were surveillance photos taken from a distance with a telephoto lens. Different people, different locations, but all sharing the same secretive quality. People who didn't know they were being watched, captured in moments of privacy or vulnerability. The filing system was extensive, with folders labeled by what appeared to be case numbers rather than names. I opened one at random and found detailed notes about someone's daily routine, their habits, their weaknesses. The handwriting was hers. I recognized it from the notebook upstairs. But these files were far more comprehensive than her casual observations about neighbors. A soft sound made me freeze. Breathing, definitely breathing, coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond my light. I wasn't alone down here, and whoever shared this space with me had been waiting patiently for me to discover their secret. I wondered when someone would come looking for her, a voice said from the shadows. Male, older, with the careful diction of someone choosing their words precisely. She was very good at what she did, but not quite good enough. I spun toward the voice, my light cutting through the darkness to reveal a figure seated calmly in a chair I hadn't noticed before. an elderly man, well-dressed despite the circumstances, regarding me with the mild interest one might show a curious child. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, though my voice came out as barely more than a whisper. "I'm the one she was watching," he replied, as if this explained everything. "And now, I suppose, I'm the one watching you." The photographs on the table suddenly made terrible sense. She hadn't been conducting random surveillance, she had been investigating this man, documenting his activities, building a case against him. And somehow, he had discovered her investigation. "What did you do to her?" The question escaped before I could stop myself, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. He smiled, an expression that never reached his eyes. "I didn't do anything to her. She did it to herself, really. Got too close to something she didn't understand, asked too many questions of the wrong people." "Where is she?" "That's the interesting question, isn't it?" He leaned forward slightly, and I could see that his hands were stained with something dark. See, she thought she was investigating me, but she never realized that I was investigating her right back, learning her habits, her patterns, her weaknesses. The sweet smell was overwhelming now, and I realized with growing horror what it might be. Not vanilla and dust, but something organic, something that had once been alive. My stomach lurched, and I had to fight not to be sick. "She's still here, isn't she?" I whispered. In a manner of speaking, his smile widened. "She became part of the house, you might say, part of the story, just like you're about to become." I turned to run, but the stairs seemed impossibly far away, and my legs felt like they were moving through thick syrup. Behind me, I could hear him rising from his chair, moving with the unhurried confidence of someone who had done this before. The basement seemed to stretch and distort around me as I stumbled toward the stairs, my phone's light casting wild shadows that danced and twisted like living things. The sweet smell was choking me now, filling my lungs with its cloying presence. I reached the stairs and began to climb, but each step felt like a monumental effort. Above me, the kitchen light seemed impossibly distant, a small square of normalcy in a world that had suddenly revealed its true, horrific nature. Behind me, his footsteps were steady and patient. He wasn't hurrying because he knew something I was only beginning to understand. There was nowhere for me to run. This house, this investigation, this moment, it had all been orchestrated, planned with the same meticulous attention to detail I had noticed in every room. I burst through the basement door and ran for the front entrance, but my legs gave out before I could reach it. The notebook fell from my numb fingers, its pages scattering across the living room floor. As I lay there, struggling to breathe, I could see her observations about her neighbors spread around me like accusations. The front door, which had seemed so welcoming when I arrived, now appeared impossibly far away. And even if I could reach it, even if I could escape this house, what would I tell people? Who would believe a story about surveillance and disappearances in basements full of secrets? The old man appeared at the top of the basement stairs, still moving with that same unhurried pace. In the light from the kitchen, I could see him more clearly now, and what I saw made my blood freeze. He wasn't just stained with something dark, he was wearing it, like an apron or protective covering. "The thing about investigations," he said conversationally, as if we were discussing the weather, "is that they always lead somewhere. The question is whether the investigator is prepared for the destination." I tried to speak, to scream, to do anything that might bring help, but my voice had abandoned me. The house's oppressive silence had finally claimed me as well, adding my voicelessness to its collection. She thought she was so careful, he continued, kneeling beside me with grandfatherly concern. Thought she was invisible, just another neighbor going about her business. But invisibility is an art form, and she was still an amateur. The sweet smell was everywhere now, and I realized it wasn't coming from the basement or from him. It was coming from the house itself, from the walls and floors and the very air I was breathing. This place had been feeding on secrets for a long time, growing fat on the mysteries it contained. As consciousness began to slip away from me, I found myself thinking about the shadow beneath the door, the one that had blinked when I first arrived. Had that been her trying to warn me, or had it been him letting me know that I was expected? The last thing I remember was the sound of his voice, calm and patient as always, explaining how investigations sometimes become circular, how the watcher becomes the watched, how every story needs an ending, even if it's not the one anyone expected. The house settled around us with a satisfied sigh, its floorboards no longer holding their breath. The silence was complete now, peaceful in a way it hadn't been before. Another story had found its conclusion, another mystery had been solved, even if no one would ever know the solution. Outside, neighbors continued their daily routines, unaware that the quiet house on their street had claimed another investigator. They would notice eventually when I failed to return home, when my absence created its own small mystery. But by then, the house would be ready for its next visitor, its next story, its next opportunity to demonstrate that some secrets are meant to stay buried. The notebook pages lay scattered across the living room floor, their observations about watching and being watched taking on new meaning in the context of what had transpired. Soon, someone else would come looking for answers, drawn by the same questions that had brought me here. And the cycle would begin again, as it always did, as it always would. The house waited, patient and hungry, for the next shadow to fall beneath its door. Story 3. Every evening, just before dusk, a creak would echo from the hallway floorboards, a sound so subtle it was almost forgettable. It became a comforting sign of settling wood, a gentle reminder of the house's age. But last Tuesday, the creak came a moment too early, followed by a distant rustle. By Friday, the creak skipped a beat entirely, only to return louder the next day. Today, the creak seems fainter somehow, as if testing my attention. Yet the scent of freshly turned earth lingers, and I don't recall leaving the window garden untended. I press my palm against the cool windowsill, feeling the slight give of weathered wood beneath my fingers. The herb pots sit in their usual arrangement, but the soil appears darker than I remember, dampened by something more than my careful watering routine. A single basil leaf has fallen onto the sill, its edges brown and curled, though the plant above shows no other signs of distress. The house breathes around me as I listen for that familiar creak. It comes, but softer now, almost hesitant. I count the seconds between the sound and the settling silence that follows. The pattern has changed, though I cannot say exactly how or when I first noticed the difference. My neighbor mentioned seeing someone walking near my garden gate after dark. She stood at her kitchen window washing dishes when a figure passed beneath the streetlight. Too tall to be me, she said, but moving with purpose toward my property. When I asked what night this happened, she paused, her hands still in the soapy water, and admitted she couldn't be certain. The days blur together, she explained, especially since her husband stopped coming home at regular hours. I find myself checking the locks more frequently, though I cannot recall feeling unsafe before. The deadbolt slides with the same metallic click it has always made, but my fingers linger on the cool brass, testing its security twice, sometimes 3 times before I feel satisfied. The key turns smoothly in my palm, its familiar weight somehow different, as if it has been handled by someone else. The floorboard creak comes from the spot where the hallway meets the kitchen threshold. I have walked over it countless times, my footsteps creating the sound that marks the transition from evening preparation to night's quiet settling. But the timing has shifted, occurring when I am elsewhere in the house, when my feet are planted firmly on carpet or tile, nowhere near the aging wood that should remain silent in my absence. I discover small changes that accumulate like dust in corners. A coffee mug sits in the dish rack, clean and dry, though I distinctly remember drinking tea from a ceramic cup the evening before. The kitchen towel hangs folded differently, its edges aligned with mathematical precision that does not match my casual housekeeping habits. These details might mean nothing, or they might mean everything. The scent of earth grows stronger near the window, carrying undertones of something organic and patient. I lean closer, breathing deeply, trying to identify what lies beneath the familiar smell of potting soil and growing things. There is something else, something that reminds me of the basement after heavy rains, when moisture seeps through foundation stones and creates pockets of dampness that never fully dry. My sister calls to check on me, her voice carrying that particular tone she uses when she wants to ask questions without seeming intrusive. She mentions that she drove past my house and noticed the garden looked different, more tended than usual. When I ask her to explain, she struggles to articulate the change, settling on the observation that the plants seem more organized, arranged with a care that suggests recent attention. I do not remember spending extra time in the garden, but my hands show traces of soil beneath the nails, and my gardening gloves rest on the back porch, slightly damp despite the absence of rain. The watering can sits beside them, empty but showing water marks along its metal sides. These evidence pieces create a story I cannot fully remember living. The creak comes again, but from a different location. This time it emanates from the area near the front door where the hardwood meets the entryway tile. I stand perfectly still, listening to the house's vocabulary of sounds, trying to distinguish between normal settling and something else entirely. The refrigerator hums its familiar tune, the clock ticks its steady rhythm, but underneath these comfortable noises lurks something I cannot name. I begin keeping a record of the creaks, noting their timing and location in a small notebook I keep beside my reading chair. The entries reveal patterns that disturb me more than random occurrences would. The sounds seem to follow a logic, moving through the house in sequences that suggest familiarity with its layout, knowledge of which boards respond to weight and which remain silent under careful steps. The mailman mentions seeing lights in my house during hours when I know I was away. He delivers packages in the early morning, and from the street he can see into my kitchen window. The light was on, he says, and he thought he saw movement near the sink. When I explain that I leave for work before dawn, he nods but maintains his certainty about what he observed. We stand at my mailbox, both of us looking toward the kitchen window, both of us seeing different truths. I find a receipt in my jacket pocket for items I do not remember purchasing. Garden supplies from the hardware store, including a small spade and a bag of enriched soil. The date on the receipt corresponds to a day I spent entirely at the office, working through lunch and staying late to finish a project that demanded my complete attention. Yet the receipt bears my signature, recognizable, but somehow more careful than my usual hurried scrawl. The basement door, which I rarely open, shows scratches around the lock mechanism. Fresh scratches that catch the light differently than the older marks accumulated over years of normal use. The key still fits perfectly, turning with the same resistance it has always required, but the scratches suggest recent attempts at entry, or perhaps recent success. I descend the basement stairs, each step producing its own distinct sound on the wooden treads. The air grows cooler as I move deeper into the house's foundation, and the scent of earth becomes overwhelming. The basement appears exactly as I left it. Boxes stacked along the walls, old furniture covered with sheets, tools hanging on pegboard hooks in their designated places. But the floor shows disturbances in the dust, patterns that suggest recent activity. Footprints lead from the stairs to the far corner, where a section of the concrete floor appears cleaner than the surrounding area. I kneel beside the spot, running my fingers over the surface, feeling for differences in texture or temperature. The concrete seems solid, but the dust patterns tell a story of movement and purpose. The garden tools hanging on the wall show signs of recent use, despite my certainty that I have not undertaken any basement projects. The small spade bears traces of soil, and the larger shovel shows scratches on its blade that were not there before. I lift each tool, testing its weight, searching for explanations that satisfy my growing unease. My memory feels unreliable, full of gaps that I cannot account for. I remember coming home from work, preparing dinner, settling into my evening routine, but the details blur together in ways that make me question my own perception of time's passage. The days feel shorter, or perhaps longer, compressed or stretched in ways that leave me disoriented. The neighbor who mentioned seeing someone near my garden stops by with fresh cookies, her usual excuse for gathering information. She asks about my gardening projects, commenting on how much work I must be doing to achieve such impressive results. When I look through my kitchen window toward the garden, I see what she means. The plants appear healthier, more robust, arranged with an attention to design that exceeds my usual efforts. She lingers at my kitchen table, her eyes moving around the room as she speaks. Something in my house interests her, though she cannot seem to identify what has captured her attention. She mentions that the atmosphere feels different, more settled somehow, as if the house has found a new equilibrium. Her words carry implications I do not want to examine too closely. The creek returns to its original location, but the timing remains off, occurring during moments when the house should be empty of movement. I position myself in different rooms, trying to triangulate the source, but the sound seems to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, a vibration that travels through the wooden bones of the structure in ways that defy logical explanation. I discover that my spare key is missing from its hiding place beneath the decorative rock near the front steps. The rock sits in its usual position, but the small magnetic box that should contain the key has vanished entirely. I search the surrounding area, wondering if weather or maintenance workers might have displaced it, but find no trace of the container or its contents. The locksmith who comes to change my locks examines the existing hardware with professional interest. He points out where patterns that suggest frequent use, more frequent than a single occupant would typically generate. The key cylinders show signs of repeated insertion and removal, and the strike plates bear scratches that indicate less than perfect alignment during locking and unlocking procedures. While he works, I stand in my hallway, listening to the sounds of metal against metal, keys being cut and tested, mechanisms being adjusted and calibrated. The familiar creak does not come, as if the house recognizes the presence of an outsider and chooses to remain silent during the security upgrade. The new keys feel different in my hand, their edges sharp and unmarked by use. I practice the motion of unlocking and locking, familiarizing myself with the revised resistance and the altered sound of the mechanism engaging. These changes should provide comfort, but instead they emphasize how easily my previous security had been compromised. I begin to sleep more lightly, waking at sounds that previously would not have disturbed my rest. The house's nighttime vocabulary includes creaks and settles that I now catalog and analyze, searching for patterns that might reveal unwanted presence. My sleep becomes fragmented, filled with half-remembered dreams that blend seamlessly with waking observations. The scent of earth persists despite my efforts to identify its source. I check the basement repeatedly, examining every corner for signs of moisture or decay that might explain the organic smell that permeates the house. The window garden receives daily inspection, but the plants appear healthy, their soil neither too dry nor overly saturated. I find myself questioning interactions with neighbors, coworkers, delivery personnel, anyone who might have had opportunity to observe my routines or access my property. Their faces blur together in my memory, expressions and conversations becoming indistinct, leaving me uncertain about what information I might have inadvertently shared or what conclusions others might have drawn about my habits. The basement floor continues to fascinate and disturb me. I return to the clean spot repeatedly, measuring its dimensions, testing the concrete's integrity, searching for explanations that make sense within the framework of normal household maintenance. The area remains stubbornly mysterious, offering no clear evidence of disturbance while simultaneously suggesting that something significant has occurred. My reflection in the bathroom mirror appears different, though I cannot identify specific changes. Perhaps my face shows more fatigue, or perhaps the lighting has shifted subtly, casting shadows that alter my familiar features. I study my eyes, looking for signs of the stress that seems to accumulate despite my efforts to rationalize the strange occurrences. The notebook where I record the creaks fills with observations that reveal no clear pattern. The sounds occur at different times in different locations with varying intensity and duration. Yet reading through my entries, I sense an underlying logic, a purpose that remains just beyond my ability to comprehend. I realize that I have been avoiding certain areas of my house, unconsciously steering clear of the basement door, the hallway spot where the creak originates, the kitchen window that overlooks the garden. These spaces have acquired an atmosphere that makes me uncomfortable, though I cannot articulate the source of my unease. The house feels different now, as if it has absorbed the presence of someone else, someone who understood its rhythms and vulnerabilities better than I realized. The familiar has become foreign, the comfortable has become questionable, and the secure has revealed itself to be an illusion I maintained through willful ignorance. I sit in my reading chair as dusk approaches, waiting for the creak that may or may not come. The scent of earth surrounds me, and the house holds its breath, suspended between what was and what might be. In this moment of uncertainty, I understand that some questions answer themselves through the very act of being asked, and some truths reveal themselves only when we are ready to stop looking for them. The creak comes soft and familiar, carrying with it the weight of all the evenings when I listened without truly hearing, when I accepted without truly understanding. The sound fades into silence, leaving me alone with the knowledge that I may never have been alone at all. Story 4. Doorbell didn't chime again. My finger lingered on the small button, expecting the usual mechanical buzz, but it offered only silence. I pushed through the gate, its hinges moving without the familiar groan. The path forward felt too smooth, like a surface denying its true texture. The air whispered gently past me, yet the usual hum of the neighborhood was absent, replaced by a vast stillness that pressed in around me. The front step felt hollow underfoot, as if it had never been solid at all. I turned the knob, half expecting it to refuse, but it yielded too easily, lacking the resistance of a threshold unbreached. Inside, the hall was dim, shadows refusing to settle, and as I hesitated, the stillness felt deliberate, as if waiting for a cue I couldn't give. There's something about the way light filtered through those windows, yellow light but wrong somehow, not warm like sunlight should be. I keep coming back to that detail when I try to piece things together. The light fell in rectangles across the floor, and I remember stepping around them as if they might burn. But wait, was I alone when I entered? There's this voice in my head, familiar but distant, saying something about being careful where I stepped. A woman's voice, maybe. Or was that from before? From when I was standing outside, looking up at the house, trying to decide whether to go in at all. The hallway stretched longer than it should have. Houses in that area weren't built with such deep interiors, but my memory insists the corridor went on and on. Doors on either side all closed. Some had those old-fashioned glass knobs that caught what little light there was. I touched one and it was cold, colder than glass should be, even in that climate. Someone had been cooking. The smell hung in the air, something sweet and heavy, like fruit left too long in the sun. But the kitchen, when I found it, was spotless. No dishes in the sink, no pots on the stove. The counters gleamed as if they'd never been used, yet that smell persisted, growing stronger near the back door. I'm trying to remember why I was there in the first place. Was I looking for someone, meeting someone? The purpose feels important, urgent even, but it slips away every time I reach for it, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. There was a photograph on the mantelpiece. I can see it clearly now, though I couldn't make out the faces then. The glass was dusty or maybe fogged, as if someone had breathed on it recently. 3 figures standing together, but their features were obscured. One was taller than the others. One wore something dark. The third figure seemed smaller, perhaps younger, standing slightly apart from the other 2. But did I actually see this photograph, or am I remembering something else entirely? Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see different images. A backyard with overgrown grass, a shed with a padlock that hung open, the metal bright against weathered wood, a wheelbarrow tipped on its side. The woman's voice again. She was saying something about being late, about how we should have come earlier. But earlier than what? And who was we? I have this nagging sense that I wasn't alone, that someone else was moving through those rooms with me, but when I try to focus on this other presence, it dissolves. Upstairs, the floorboards creaked in a pattern, 3 short sounds, then a longer one like a code being tapped out. I followed the sound, but the staircase seemed to shift under my feet. The banister was sticky to the touch, as if it had been painted recently, though the house felt abandoned. The bedroom at the end of the hall had its door ajar. Inside, the bed was made with military precision, covers pulled tight, pillows arranged just so. But there was an indentation on one side, as if someone had been sitting there. The impression was still warm when I pressed my hand to it. That's when I noticed the smell had changed, still sweet, but with an undertone of something else, something that made my stomach turn. I backed away from the bed, and that's when I saw it, the thing I keep trying not to remember. No, that's not right. I'm mixing up the sequence again. The smell was from downstairs, from the kitchen area. Upstairs was different. Upstairs was where I found the letters. They were scattered across a desk by the window, handwriting I should have recognized but didn't. The ink was fresh, as if someone had just finished writing, but the paper felt old, yellowed at the edges. The words were hard to make out in that strange light, but I caught fragments. Something about being sorry, something about not having a choice, something about the shed in the backyard. The shed, that's where this all leads, isn't it? Every memory circles back to that small building behind the house, but I'm afraid to remember what I found there, or what found me. There was a key, I'm certain of that now, a small brass key that I found in the kitchen drawer, among the usual clutter of rubber bands and batteries and forgotten receipts. It felt significant in my palm, heavier than it should have been. The key to the shed, obviously, though I didn't want to use it. But I did use it, didn't I? I walked across that overgrown yard, past the tipped wheelbarrow, past the garden that had gone wild. The lock clicked open with surprising ease. The door swung inward and that smell rushed out to meet me. That sweet, wrong smell that had been haunting the house. Inside was dark, too dark to see properly. But there were shapes, objects covered with old sheets or tarps, tools hanging on the walls, a workbench along one side, everything normal, everything exactly what you'd expect to find in a garden shed. So why was my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears? I pulled away one of the sheets. Underneath was a wooden crate, the kind used for shipping. It was addressed to someone, but the label was too faded to read. The crate was nailed shut, but one corner had been pried open, just enough to peek inside. That's where my memory stops, not gradually, not with the gentle fade of a dream, but abruptly, like a film reel snapping. One moment I'm standing in that shed, reaching toward the crate, and the next I'm back in my own home, sitting at my own kitchen table, with no clear recollection of how I got there. But I brought something back with me, something small and hard that I kept clutched in my fist during the entire drive home. When I finally opened my hand, it was a button, dark blue or black with 4 holes, the kind that might come from a coat or jacket. The thread was still attached, as if it had been torn loose recently. I've been carrying that button with me ever since. It's here in my pocket now as I try to reconstruct what happened. Sometimes I take it out and roll it between my fingers, hoping it will unlock the rest of the memory. But it only brings back that smell, that sweet and sickening odor that seemed to cling to everything in that house. There are other details I've been avoiding, the way the temperature dropped when I entered certain rooms, the sound of footsteps above me when I was downstairs, below me when I was upstairs. The feeling that I was being watched, not by someone hiding, but by the house itself. And the mirrors, why were all the mirrors in that house turned to face the wall? Even the small one in the bathroom, even the decorative ones in the hallway. Someone had deliberately turned them around as if they couldn't bear to see their own reflection, or as if they were afraid of what might be looking back. The woman's voice comes to me again now, clearer than before. She's not talking to me, I realize. She's talking to someone else, someone who isn't responding. Her tone is pleading, desperate. She's asking for forgiveness, or maybe for understanding. She keeps repeating the same phrase over and over, but I can't quite make out the words. I think I knew her once. The voice is familiar in the way that childhood memories are familiar, distant but undeniable. Maybe she was the reason I went to that house in the first place. Maybe she was the one who called me, who asked me to come, who gave me the address and told me where to find the key. But if that's true, then where was she when I arrived? Why was the house so empty, so silent? Why did it feel like no one had lived there for months, maybe years? Unless she was there, unless she was in the shed, in that wooden crate, in the space I can't bring myself to remember clearly. Unless that's why the house smelled the way it did, why the mirrors were turned, why everything felt so wrong. The button in my pocket seems to grow heavier as these thoughts take shape. I can feel its edges through the fabric, sharp and accusing. Evidence of something I witnessed but can't quite recall. Proof of a truth I'm not ready to face. I've driven past that house several times since then, always intending to stop, to go back inside, to finish what I started. But each time I find reasons to keep driving. The timing isn't right, or there are too many people around, or I've forgotten to bring the key. Always some excuse, some rationalization for my cowardice. But the truth is I'm afraid of what I'll find, or what I'll remember. The fragments I can access are disturbing enough. The complete picture might be more than I can handle. Still, the not knowing is its own kind of torment. I wake up at night with that smell in my nostrils, that woman's voice in my ears. I find myself checking locks, looking over my shoulder, jumping at sounds that shouldn't startle me. Whatever happened in that house, in that shed, it's not finished with me yet. The button is warm now, heated by my body, by my nervous handling. I wonder who it belonged to, what garment it was torn from, what violence or struggle preceded its removal. I wonder if I was the one who tore it loose, if my hands were the ones that pulled and grabbed and fought. But that doesn't feel right either. My memories, fragmentary as they are, don't include any sense of physical confrontation. I was an observer in that house, a visitor, someone moving carefully through spaces that didn't belong to me. I touched things I shouldn't have touched, opened doors I shouldn't have opened, but I didn't fight anyone, did I? The light is fading now as I sit here trying to remember. The same yellow light that filtered through those windows, but natural this time, honest. Soon it will be dark, and in the darkness, the memories might come more easily. Or they might retreat further, leaving me with nothing but questions and the weight of that button in my pocket. I keep thinking about the photograph on the mantelpiece, the three figures whose faces I couldn't see. One tall, one in dark clothing, one smaller and standing apart. Was I one of those figures? Was the woman whose voice I remember another? And who was the third? Maybe tomorrow I'll drive past the house again. Maybe this time I'll stop. Maybe I'll walk up that too smooth path, press that silent doorbell, turn that yielding knob. Maybe I'll go straight to the shed and open that crate and face whatever truth is waiting inside. Or maybe I'll keep driving, keep carrying this button, keep living with these fragments that never quite form a complete picture. Maybe some truths are too heavy to bear, some memories too dangerous to recover fully. The doorbell didn't chime again. That's how it started, and that's how it continues, that absence of expected sound, that silence where there should be noise. Even now in my own home, I find myself listening for sounds that don't come, waiting for signals that never arrive. The button rolls between my fingers, and somewhere in the distance, too faint to be sure, I hear a woman's voice calling out in the growing darkness. Story 5. Latch clicked shut behind me as I stepped inside. The air was heavy, carrying a scent of damp earth mixed with something metallic. My fingers brushed against the textured wallpaper, once smooth, now rough under my touch. Each breath felt shallow, as if the room itself held its breath. I paused, sensing a displacement, a quiet crackle like a whisper trapped in silence. And then it shifted, an imperceptible change in the pressure around me. The walls seemed to lean closer, not with sound, but with intention. I knew why I was there. The certainty had carried me through the investigation, through the sleepless nights, through the questioning. My partner had been embezzling from our construction business for months. The evidence was clear: altered invoices, missing receipts, unexplained cash withdrawals. I traced every transaction, followed every lead. The trail led here to this basement office where he kept his private files, his real records. The case was simple. He'd been skimming money from our biggest contracts, creating phantom expenses, paying fake subcontractors. When I confronted him about the discrepancies, he'd grown defensive, then angry. He'd started working late, coming in on weekends, always alone, always secretive. The final piece fell into place when I found the second set of books hidden in his desk drawer. I moved deeper into the room, my footsteps muffled by the worn carpet. The filing cabinet stood like sentinels against the far wall. Inside those drawers lay the proof I needed: bank statements, forged contracts, evidence of his betrayal. I'd come here to gather everything before confronting him officially, before involving the authorities. The fluorescent light above flickered intermittently, casting uneven shadows across the concrete walls. This had been his sanctuary, his private space where he conducted his illegal business. I pulled open the first drawer, expecting to find the damning documents. Instead, I found something else entirely. The folders were there, but they weren't what I remembered. The handwriting on the labels looked different, somehow more angular, more familiar. I opened one marked Project Accounts and felt the first crack in my certainty. These weren't his records, they were mine. My own signature stared back at me from a dozen invoices I didn't remember signing. Purchase orders for materials we'd never used, payments to contractors I'd never hired. The dates went back months, overlapping with periods when I'd been handling the books myself, when he'd been out of town visiting his sick mother. I set the folder down with trembling hands. This couldn't be right. I'd been so careful in my investigation, so methodical. I traced every suspicious transaction back to him. But here was my own handwriting, my own approval codes, my own authorization stamps. The metallic smell grew stronger, and I realized it wasn't coming from the pipes overhead. It was emanating from the papers themselves, as if the ink had been mixed with something else, something that left a taste of copper in the air. I opened another folder, then another. Each one contained more evidence, but not the kind I'd expected to find. The room felt smaller now, the walls pressing closer with each revelation. I tried to remember the details of my investigation, the careful notes I'd taken, the timeline I'd constructed, but the memories felt slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. I thought back to the morning I'd first noticed the discrepancies. I'd been reviewing our quarterly reports, cross-referencing them with the bank statements. The numbers hadn't matched, and I'd assumed it was a simple error. But as I dug deeper, the inconsistencies multiplied. Money flowing out to unknown accounts, expenses that seemed inflated, contracts that didn't align with our actual projects. At the time, it had seemed obvious. He was the one with access to the accounts. He was the one who'd insisted on handling certain transactions personally. He was the one who'd grown nervous whenever I asked questions about specific expenses. The evidence had pointed directly to him, hadn't it? But now, standing in this basement with his files spread before me, I began to see those same events through a different lens. Maybe his nervousness hadn't been guilt, maybe it had been concern. Maybe he'd been trying to tell me something, and I'd been too focused on my own suspicions to listen. I remembered a conversation we'd had several weeks ago. He'd approached me about some irregularities he'd noticed in our accounts. At the time, I'd dismissed his concerns, telling him I'd handle it. I'd been so confident in my own bookkeeping, so sure that any problems were minor clerical errors. But what if he'd been trying to warn me about something bigger? The fluorescent light flickered again, and in that brief moment of darkness, I saw the room differently. This wasn't his secret office, it was mine. I'd been coming here for months, working on projects I couldn't quite remember, handling transactions that seemed to slip from my memory as soon as I completed them. The damp earth smell mixed with the metallic tang, creating an atmosphere that felt both familiar and foreign. I'd attributed that scent to poor ventilation, to the basement's proximity to the building's foundation. But now I wondered if it was something else, the smell of secrets buried too deep, of truth decomposing in the darkness. I opened the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet and found a journal I didn't remember keeping. The entries were in my handwriting, but the thoughts weren't ones I recalled having. They detailed elaborate schemes for moving money between accounts, for creating false expenses, for covering tracks. They painted a picture of someone desperate, someone willing to do anything to keep a failing business afloat. According to these entries, I'd been the one embezzling funds. I'd been the one creating phantom expenses and fake subcontractors. And my partner, the man I'd been so certain was guilty, had been growing suspicious of my activities. The journal described his increasing questions, his requests to review certain accounts, his offers to help with the bookkeeping. The room spun slightly, and I gripped the edge of the filing cabinet for support. The certainty that had driven me here was crumbling, replaced by something far more unsettling. If these records were accurate, then everything I'd believed was inverted. I wasn't the investigator, I was the criminal. But even that realization felt incomplete, like a puzzle with missing pieces. The handwriting in the journal looked like mine, but some of the entries described activities I had no memory of performing. The dates corresponded to periods when I thought I'd been home with my family or working on legitimate projects. How could I have been leading this double life without remembering it? I flipped through more pages, searching for clues that might explain the gaps in my memory. The entries became increasingly erratic, the handwriting more hurried and desperate. They described late-night visits to this basement, urgent phone calls with unknown contacts, elaborate plans that seemed to change from day to day. One entry caught my attention. It described a confrontation with my partner, a heated argument about missing funds. According to the journal, he'd threatened to expose everything unless I came clean. The entry ended abruptly, mid-sentence, as if the writer had been interrupted. I tried to remember that confrontation, but my mind offered only fragments. I recalled raised voices, accusations flying back and forth, the slam of a door. At the time, I'd interpreted his anger as evidence of his guilt. But what if he'd been angry because he'd discovered my crimes? What if his threats hadn't been the desperate bluffs of a caught embezzler, but the righteous fury of an honest partner betrayed? The walls seemed to pulse with each revelation, breathing in rhythm with my increasingly rapid heartbeat. The textured wallpaper under my fingers felt like skin, warm and slightly damp. I pulled my hand away, disturbed by the sensation, but the feeling lingered on my fingertips. I closed the journal and looked around the room with new eyes. The filing cabinets weren't just storage, they were a monument to deception, a carefully constructed lie that I'd apparently been living for months. But if I'd been the one living this lie, why couldn't I remember creating it? The answer came to me slowly, like a photograph developing in a darkroom. The stress of keeping the business afloat, the pressure of maintaining appearances, the fear of losing everything I'd worked for, it had all been too much. My mind had found a way to cope by compartmentalizing, by creating a separate self who could do the things my conscious mind couldn't accept. But that explanation felt too neat, too convenient. There were still pieces that didn't fit, details that refused to align with any coherent narrative. The timing of certain transactions, the complexity of the schemes described in the journal, the sheer volume of evidence, it all suggested a level of planning and execution that seemed beyond my capabilities, even in a dissociative state. I opened another drawer and found correspondence with banks I didn't remember contacting, contracts with suppliers I'd never heard of, receipts for expenses I couldn't place. Each document added another layer to the mystery, but instead of clarifying the picture, they made it more confusing. The fluorescent light above me began to hum, a low vibration that seemed to resonate in my bones. The sound was hypnotic, drawing me deeper into the puzzle. I spread the documents across the desk, trying to piece together a timeline that made sense. According to the evidence, the embezzlement had been going on for almost a year. It had started small, minor adjustments to invoices, slight inflations of material costs, but it had escalated quickly, becoming more sophisticated and brazen. The amounts involved were staggering, far more than I'd initially suspected. But here was the thing that disturbed me most. The scheme was too perfect. Every loose end was tied up, every potential point of discovery was anticipated and covered. It showed a level of criminal sophistication that seemed incompatible with the desperate, erratic person described in the journal entries. I began to wonder if there was a third possibility, one that was more unsettling than either of my previous theories. What if neither my partner nor I was the real embezzler? What if we were both victims of something larger, more complex? The metallic smell intensified, and I noticed something I'd missed before. Some of the documents showed signs of tampering, subtle alterations, careful forgeries, signatures that looked almost right but not quite. Someone had been very busy creating this elaborate fiction, planting evidence, building a case. But who and why? The room felt different now, less like a crime scene and more like a stage set. The filing cabinets, the desk, the scattered papers, they were all props in an elaborate performance. But I couldn't tell if I was the actor or the audience, the perpetrator or the victim. I thought about my partner's behavior over the past few months, his nervousness, his questions, his late nights at the office. What if he hadn't been embezzling funds or growing suspicious of my activities? What if he'd been conducting his own investigation, trying to uncover the truth behind the missing money? The journal entries took on a new significance in this light. Maybe they weren't confessions, maybe they were discoveries. Maybe I'd been documenting someone else's crimes, trying to piece together a puzzle that was designed to frame me. The erratic handwriting, the desperate tone, they could have been the result of growing paranoia, not guilt. But that theory had problems too. If someone else was behind the embezzlement, they would have needed access to our accounts, our systems, our most sensitive business information. They would have needed to know our procedures, our relationships with suppliers and contractors, our financial vulnerabilities. The list of people with that level of access was very short. I closed my eyes and tried to think clearly, but the room's atmosphere was working against me. The heavy air, the flickering light, the persistent metallic smell, they all combined to create a sense of unreality, as if I'd stepped into someone else's nightmare. When I opened my eyes, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was another set of footprints in the dust on the floor, leading from the door to the filing cabinets and back again. They were recent, made within the last few hours. Someone else had been here, going through the same files, discovering the same evidence. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't the first person to find this room, to uncover these documents. Someone had been here before me, had known exactly what I would find and how I would react. This entire scenario had been orchestrated, designed to lead me to specific conclusions. But which conclusions? Was I supposed to believe in my own guilt or in my partner's? Was I supposed to uncover the evidence of a third party's involvement? The puppet master behind this elaborate deception had covered all the bases, created multiple possible narratives, each one supported by carefully planted evidence. I heard a sound from upstairs, footsteps, slow and deliberate. Someone was in the building, moving through the rooms above me. My heart began to race as I realized I might be about to meet the person responsible for this elaborate setup. The footsteps paused directly overhead, then began moving toward the basement stairs. I looked around frantically for another exit, but there was only one way out of this room, and it led directly to whoever was coming down those stairs. The latch I'd heard click shut when I entered it hadn't been securing my privacy. It had been trapping me inside, ensuring I would be here when the real performance began. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and began moving down the hallway toward the room where I waited. I could hear breathing now, steady and calm, the sound of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I stood frozen among the scattered evidence, surrounded by documents that painted me as either victim or perpetrator, unable to determine which role I was truly meant to play. The metallic smell grew stronger, and I realized it wasn't coming from the papers or the pipes. It was the smell of fear, of adrenaline, of a trap finally springing shut. The footsteps stopped just outside the door, and I heard the soft sound of someone testing the handle. In a moment, I would come face to face with the architect of this elaborate deception, but I still didn't know if they were coming to confront me, to rescue me, or to silence me. The door began to open, and I prepared to learn the truth about who I really was in this story, and whether I would survive long enough to tell it. Story 6. The door was ajar upon inspection, leaving an opening of precisely 3 inches. Footsteps were detectable on the carpet, aligned in a straight path leading away from the threshold. All fixtures remained intact, presenting no visible tampering or forced entry. A single chair was positioned at the end of the corridor, undisturbed but slightly tilted. A digital clock displayed an accurate time, though its alarm function was activated and silent. Windows were latched, securing the perimeter. The ventilation system functioned normally, maintaining a consistent airflow. Nevertheless, there was an absence of personal items, though a faint perfume lingered. The hallway remained unoccupied. The temperature was consistent with expected indoor climate, but the floor registered a single, misplaced shadow. I knew what had happened the moment I walked into that apartment. The story was written in every careful detail, every deliberately placed object. She had planned her departure meticulously, leaving behind just enough evidence to suggest something more sinister while covering her tracks completely. It was brilliant, really. The kind of calculated deception that takes months to orchestrate. The woman who lived there had been preparing for this moment. The perfume lingering in the air wasn't an accident, it was a signature, a final touch to make her absence feel sudden and unexplained. The footsteps leading away from the door were too perfect, too aligned. Real panic leaves chaos, not straight lines. The chair at the end of the corridor, tilted just so, was positioned to catch attention without screaming for it. Even the silent alarm on the clock was part of her theater, suggesting interrupted routine while maintaining plausible deniability. I had seen cases like this before during my investigative career. Staged disappearances designed to frame someone else or simply to start fresh somewhere new. The absence of personal items was the clearest tell who takes their belongings but leaves their perfume behind, someone who wants to be remembered but not found. The building's security footage would show her leaving with a suitcase, I was certain. The doorman would remember her seeming nervous, maybe mentioning a trip to visit family. Her bank accounts would show careful withdrawals over several weeks, small amounts that wouldn't trigger alerts. She had probably been planning this for months, maybe even years. Standing in that hallway, I felt the satisfaction of reading a scene correctly. The misplaced shadow on the floor was probably just a trick of the lighting. Some furniture moved during her careful staging. Everything else pointed to voluntary departure disguised as something more mysterious. But then I noticed the shadow again. It fell at an angle that didn't match any of the furniture in the hallway. I walked the length of the corridor, checking each piece, each fixture. The chair couldn't cast that particular shape. Neither could the small table near the window or the coat rack by the door. The shadow was too long, too narrow, and it fell in the wrong direction for the overhead lighting. I found myself staring at that dark shape on the carpet, and for the first time since entering the apartment, I felt uncertain. Shadows don't lie the way people do. They follow rules of physics that can't be manipulated by careful planning or deliberate staging. The perfume, too, began to bother me in a way I couldn't articulate. I had assumed it was intentionally left behind, but standing there longer, breathing it in, I realized how strong it was. Too strong for someone who had sprayed it before leaving. It smelled like it had been applied recently, heavily, as if someone had been trying to mask something else. I walked back to the beginning of the footprint trail. The impressions in the carpet were indeed perfectly aligned, but now I wondered if that precision came from someone walking very carefully, very deliberately, rather than someone staging a scene. Someone moving slowly, perhaps carrying something heavy, someone trying not to make noise. The digital clock caught my attention again. Its display was accurate, but I hadn't thought to check when the alarm had been set. I pressed the button to view the alarm time and felt my certainty slip further. It was set for the middle of the night, not morning. Who sets an alarm for 3 in the morning unless they're expecting something specific to happen? The windows were latched, yes, but now I examined the latches more closely. They were the kind that could be secured from the outside if you knew what you were doing. The kind that could make a room look locked from within when it actually wasn't. I found myself retracing my steps through the apartment, seeing everything with different eyes. The ventilation system that I had noted as functioning normally was actually running higher than necessary for the season. Someone had adjusted it recently, and I began to wonder why. To circulate air, to mask sounds, to cover smells other than perfume. The absence of personal items started to feel less like careful removal and more like hurried clearing. Not the methodical packing of someone planning an escape, but the quick erasure of someone who needed to eliminate evidence. The difference was subtle but significant. Standing in that hallway again, I realized I had been looking at the scene backwards. Instead of someone preparing to leave, I might be looking at the aftermath of someone who had already left or been taken. The perfume wasn't a calling card, it was camouflage. The aligned footsteps weren't staged. They were the careful movements of someone who didn't belong there, someone cleaning up. The chair at the end of the corridor drew my attention once more. It was tilted, but not randomly. It was angled as if someone had been sitting in it, watching the door, waiting. The kind of positioning that gives you a clear view of anyone entering while keeping you partially hidden in the shadows. That shadow on the floor began to make terrible sense. It wasn't cast by furniture or fixtures. It was the impression left by something that had been there but was now gone, something tall and narrow, something that might have been standing in that exact spot for a long time. I started to question not just what had happened in this apartment, but when it had happened. The clock showed the current time, but clocks can be reset. The perfume smelled fresh, but perfume can be reapplied. The footsteps looked recent, but carpet holds impressions longer than most people realize. Had I walked into the immediate aftermath of a carefully planned departure, or had I discovered a scene that was days, maybe weeks old? Had someone been maintaining this tableau, visiting regularly to keep up the illusion of recent activity? The more I studied the details, the more they seemed to shift meaning. The latched windows weren't just secured, they were secured in a way that suggested someone had tested them, checking for weaknesses or escape routes. The functioning ventilation system wasn't just normal, it was working overtime, as if it had been dealing with something that required extra circulation. Even my own presence there began to feel orchestrated. How had I known to come to this apartment? The tip had seemed routine, but now I couldn't remember exactly where it had come from or why I had felt so compelled to investigate immediately. Standing in that corridor, surrounded by evidence that kept changing meaning, I realized I might not be the investigator in this scenario. I might be part of whatever had happened here. The certainty I had felt upon entering was dissolving, replaced by the growing suspicion that I was seeing exactly what someone wanted me to see. The misplaced shadow on the floor seemed to be watching me, waiting for me to understand something crucial. But the harder I tried to grasp the truth, the more it slipped away, leaving me with questions that had no comfortable answers and the disturbing possibility that I already knew more than I was willing to admit. Story 7. The office was illuminated by overhead fluorescent lights, each casting a uniform glow across the orderly space. Desks remained untouched, files aligned in precise stacks, and electronic devices in standby mode, unperturbed. The security system reported no breaches overnight, its log displaying a sequence of green signals. The floor showed no tracks or irregularities, meticulously cleaned as per protocol. The trash cans were empty except for a single crumpled receipt, timestamp smudged beyond recognition. The air conditioning maintained a constant temperature throughout, ensuring no fluctuations in the environment. Paper clips lay scattered across one desk, yet the ledger was conspicuous absent. No digital records indicated its removal. The clock displayed the correct time, and yet the silent alarm was triggered. The fluorescent bulb above the third desk flickered intermittently, a stutter of light that hadn't been there when I locked up. I remember checking each fixture before leaving, part of my routine that had become second nature over the months. The maintenance log showed no scheduled repairs, no work orders pending. Yet this particular bulb cast shadows that danced across the surface below, creating patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The rhythm was irregular, not the steady pulse of a dying tube, but something more deliberate, almost like Morse code tapping against my consciousness. The coffee maker in the corner still held yesterday's brew, cold and bitter, the glass carafe stained amber around the rim. I had turned it off myself, watched the red light fade to black before gathering my things. The power button sat in the off position now, yet the heating plate felt warm to the touch when I pressed my palm against it. The sensation lingered on my skin, a phantom heat that made me question whether I had imagined the warmth or if something had been running through the night, invisible to the building's monitoring systems. A pencil lay perpendicular across the keyboard of the computer terminal, positioned with mathematical precision. The graphite tip pointed toward the window, the eraser end aligned with the monitor's base. I had never seen anyone in the office use pencils. We were a digital operation, everything tracked electronically, every keystroke logged and archived. The wood was unmarked by teeth or fingernails, the yellow paint pristine, as if it had been placed there by someone who handled objects with surgical care. The window blinds hung at an angle I couldn't reconcile with memory, each slat tilted to allow thin lines of morning light to stripe the floor in parallel bands. I distinctly recalled adjusting them the evening before, closing them completely to block the view from the building across the street. The control cord dangled freely, no knots or tangles that might explain an accidental adjustment. When I touched the plastic mechanism, it moved smoothly, well-oiled, recently used. The telephone on the reception desk displayed a message indicator, a small red light that pulsed with mechanical patience. The voicemail system showed no new messages, no missed calls logged in the overnight hours. I pressed the playback button and heard only the soft hiss of an empty line, a recording of silence that lasted exactly 47 seconds before disconnecting. The timestamp indicated the call had come through at 3:17 in the morning, during the hours when our number should have rolled to an automated service. A single sheet of paper sat in the printer tray, blank except for a watermark visible when held to the light. The design was unfamiliar, not matching our usual letterhead or any supplier I recognized. The paper felt heavier than our standard stock, with a texture that suggested expensive manufacturing. The printer's memory showed no recent jobs, no documents queued or processed since the previous afternoon's routine reports. Yet someone had fed this paper into the machine, left it there like a calling card. The security camera in the northeast corner had shifted by degrees, its lens now focused on a different section of the room. The mounting bracket showed no signs of loosening, the adjustment screws tight and properly seated. According to the digital logs, the camera had maintained its programmed position throughout the night, sweeping in predetermined arcs every 20 minutes. But the view it captured now included the desk where the ledger should have been, the empty space where important records had vanished without triggering any alerts. The air carried a scent I couldn't identify, something clean yet foreign, like disinfectant mixed with ozone. Our cleaning service used products with familiar chemical signatures, harsh but predictable odors that dissipated by morning. This smell was subtler, more sophisticated, the kind of fragrance that spoke of expensive solutions and professional-grade equipment. It lingered strongest near the filing cabinets, where locks remained secure but somehow seemed less trustworthy than they had the day before. A coffee cup sat on the windowsill, positioned to catch the morning light. The ceramic was white, unmarked by any logo or design, filled with liquid that had long since cooled. I counted the cups in our break room and found none missing, every piece of our modest dishware accounted for in its proper place. This cup belonged to someone else, brought from outside, used by hands that knew enough about our space to choose the perfect spot for observing the street below. The carpet beneath the missing ledger's desk showed an indentation, a rectangular impression where something heavy had rested for an extended period. The fibers were compressed but not damaged, suggesting the object had been lifted rather than dragged. The pattern matched the dimensions of our safe deposit box, a container that should have been locked in the basement vault. I found myself studying the impression like an archaeologist examining the fossil record of the night's events. The computer monitor displayed a screensaver I had never seen before, geometric patterns that moved in hypnotic spirals across the dark background. The system preferences showed no recent changes, no new software installations or user modifications. Yet these shapes pulsed with colors that seemed almost alive, drawing my attention away from other details, making it difficult to focus on the inconsistencies mounting around me like evidence in a case I was only beginning to understand. A business card lay face down beside the telephone, its back surface blank white cardstock of premium quality. When I turned it over, the front showed only a phone number printed in simple black font, no name or company identification. The digits were local but unfamiliar, not matching any contacts in our database or client files. The cardstock felt warm, as if it had been handled recently by someone whose body temperature ran higher than normal. The wastepaper basket beside the reception desk contained the crumpled receipt I had noticed earlier, but now I could make out partial letters through the translucent paper. The fragment spelled words that seemed to relate to our business, references to accounts and transactions that should have been confidential. The timestamp remained illegible, but the merchant code was visible enough to suggest a purchase made at a location that specialized in surveillance equipment. The door handle to the supply closet bore traces of powder, a fine dusting of something that looked like talcum but felt grittier between my fingers. The substance had no odor, no obvious purpose, yet it covered the metal surface in a pattern that suggested someone had gripped the handle while wearing gloves coated with this material. Inside the closet, everything appeared normal, supplies arranged in their usual order, but the powder told a story of careful preparation and methodical execution. A newspaper lay folded on the corner table, open to a page that contained no obvious relevance to our business. The article described changes in banking regulations, dry policy language that most people would skip over without interest. Yet someone had circled certain phrases with a pen, marking passages that dealt with audit procedures and document retention requirements. The ink was fresh, the circles drawn with the confident strokes of someone who understood the implications of these regulatory changes. The elevator indicator in the hallway showed that the car had last stopped on our floor at 4:38 in the morning, according to the digital display visible through our glass doors. The building's overnight security should have prevented access during those hours, yet the mechanical systems told a different story. The elevator had been summoned, used, and returned to the ground floor with the precision of someone familiar with the building's operational patterns. The silence in the office felt different now, not the peaceful quiet of an empty workspace, but the charged atmosphere that follows a performance. Every object seemed to occupy its position with purpose, arranged by an intelligence that understood how details could be manipulated to create doubt. The missing ledger was just the beginning, the obvious absence that would draw attention away from subtler alterations, changes so small they might be dismissed as imagination or faulty memory. The security system's log continued to display its sequence of green signals, each entry a testament to the night's apparent tranquility. Yet I found myself questioning the reliability of electronic records, wondering how easily such systems might be compromised by someone with sufficient knowledge and resources. The technology we trusted to protect us had become another element in a puzzle designed to make me doubt my own perceptions. The morning light streaming through the adjusted blinds created new patterns on the floor, geometric shapes that seemed to point toward specific locations in the room. The precision was too perfect to be accidental, each stripe of illumination highlighting an object or area that had been subtly altered during the night. The light itself had become part of the message, a silent communication from someone who understood that the most effective deceptions were those that made the victim question their own sanity. Standing in that transformed space, surrounded by evidence of an intrusion that had left no official trace, I realized that the true crime was not the theft of a ledger, but the theft of certainty itself. Someone had turned our secure environment into a gallery of doubt, each carefully placed detail a brushstroke in a larger portrait of psychological manipulation. The silent alarm had been triggered not by motion or breach, but by the weight of secrets that could no longer be contained within the walls of what I had once considered a sanctuary of order and predictability. Story 8. I mentioned I hadn't slowed down. The road stretched, barren and silent in the early glow of morning. Yet my tires carried a trace of sticky gravel, a telltale sign of a momentary stop. The air, sharp with pine and earth, mingled with an acrid scent that lingered too heavily. A glint of metal peeked through the underbrush at the bend, gleaming under the retreating shadows. Everything seemed still, almost expectant, as if holding a breath. I didn't mention the brake lights that flickered in the corner of my eye. But the engine still ticked coolly. The coffee cup sits beside me now, ceramic white with a hairline crack running down one side like a frozen tear. Steam no longer rises from its surface, though I remember filling it before leaving the house. The liquid inside has turned the color of old pennies with an oily film that catches the fluorescent light of this sterile room. I wrapped my fingers around it earlier, seeking warmth, but found only the chill of porcelain that had been sitting too long. The handle bears a small chip where my wedding ring once struck it during hurried mornings. My shoes rest beneath this metal table, leather scuffed at the toes in patterns I don't recall making. The left sole shows a peculiar stain, rust-colored and roughly circular, like a coin pressed into the material. When I shift my feet, tiny fragments of something gritty scatter across the linoleum floor. The sound they make is barely audible, like salt spilling from a shaker. I wore these shoes because they were comfortable for driving, though now they feel foreign against my feet, as if they belonged to someone else entirely. The tissue box on the table holds only 3 sheets, their corners slightly yellowed with age. Someone placed it there deliberately, positioned exactly between 2 chairs as if expecting tears that haven't come. The cardboard edges show wear from countless hands reaching inside, desperate for comfort or simply something to occupy nervous fingers. I've touched it several times without taking a tissue, running my thumb along its smooth surface while trying to remember details that seem to slip away like water through cupped palms. My jacket hangs on the back of my chair, navy blue wool that still holds the morning's dampness. The fabric carries scents I can't quite identify, something metallic mixed with a green smell of crushed leaves. One pocket bulges slightly with my phone, its weight pulling the material askew. The other pocket feels empty when I check it, though I have the nagging sensation something should be there. A receipt, perhaps, or keys that I can't seem to locate now that I need them. The fluorescent bulb above flickers intermittently, casting shadows that dance across the white walls in stuttering rhythms. Each time it dims, the room seems to shift slightly, as if the furniture rearranges itself during those brief moments of darkness. The sound it makes is barely perceptible, a tiny electrical whisper that grows more pronounced in the silence between questions. I find myself counting the intervals between flickers, though the pattern refuses to reveal itself. My hands rest flat against the table's surface, palms down, fingers spread like starfish seeking purchase on smooth metal. The skin on my knuckles appears unusually pale, almost translucent, with blue veins visible beneath. A small bandage wraps around my right index finger, though I can't recall the injury that necessitated it. The adhesive has begun to curl at the edges, revealing a glimpse of what lies beneath something that makes me quickly look away. The chair I occupy creaks with each slight movement, its joints protesting under weight they weren't designed to bear for extended periods. The plastic seat has molded itself to countless bodies before mine, creating subtle depressions that don't quite match my frame. When I lean back, the metal legs scrape against the floor with a sound like fingernails on glass. The armrests show wear patterns from anxious gripping, smooth spots worn into the rough texture. A clock on the wall marks time with mechanical precision, its second hand sweeping in perfect arcs around a face devoid of numbers. The hands point to positions that should indicate the hour, but without numerical reference, time becomes fluid, meaningless. I've been watching it for what feels like hours, yet the positions of the hands seem arbitrary, as if the mechanism serves some purpose other than temporal measurement. The pen lying beside my coffee cup bears teeth marks along its blue plastic barrel, evidence of nervous chewing by someone under stress. The ink has run dry, leaving only faint impressions when pressed against paper. Its clip has been bent back and forth so many times that the metal shows signs of fatigue, ready to snap with one more manipulation. I pick it up occasionally, testing its weight, though I have nothing to write and no clear thoughts to record. My wallet sits open on the table, its leather worn smooth from years of handling. The bills inside are arranged with obsessive precision, all facing the same direction, edges aligned like soldiers in formation. Credit cards occupy their designated slots, though one space remains conspicuously empty. The driver's license photo shows a face I recognize but somehow don't remember being, as if it captures someone I used to be before this morning changed everything. The air conditioning unit in the corner hums with mechanical determination, pushing cold air through vents that haven't been cleaned in months. Dust particles dance in the artificial breeze, creating tiny tornadoes that dissipate as quickly as they form. The temperature in the room feels carefully controlled, neither warm nor cold, designed to maintain a neutral environment where emotions can't find purchase in physical discomfort. My reflection appears in the two-way mirror mounted on the opposite wall, though the image seems somehow distorted, as if the glass were water rather than solid surface. The person looking back has my features, but wears an expression I don't recognize, a mixture of confusion and something else, something that makes me uncomfortable to observe too closely. When I move, the reflection follows with a slight delay, as if the mirror were showing events from moments ago rather than the present. The door handle shows fingerprints from countless hands, smudged patterns that overlap and intersect like a map of human anxiety. Its brass surface has tarnished in places where palms have gripped it most frequently, creating dark patches that resemble stains. I've noticed it turns easily when tested from this side, though I haven't attempted to leave. Something keeps me anchored to this chair, to this table, to this growing collection of objects that seem to hold more significance than their mundane appearances suggest. My phone buzzes occasionally against my leg, vibrations that penetrate the jacket fabric and reach my consciousness like distant earthquakes. Each time it happens, I feel compelled to check the screen, but the messages displayed never seem to match the notifications I remember hearing. Names appear that I should recognize but don't, and conversations show gaps where my responses should be, as if I've been participating in discussions I can't recall having. The wastebasket beside the table contains a single crumpled tissue, stained with something that might be blood or might be coffee. The lighting makes it difficult to determine which. Its placement seems deliberate, positioned where it can't be ignored but also can't be examined too closely without obvious effort. The metal container itself bears scratches and dents that suggest violent use, though it sits peacefully now, holding only that one mysterious piece of evidence. A photograph lies face down on the table's edge, its white backing unmarked except for a small notation in handwriting I don't recognize. When I reached for it earlier, my hand stopped involuntarily, as if some internal mechanism prevented me from turning it over. The paper feels thick between my fingers, professional quality, suggesting importance that I'm not ready to confront. Its presence creates a gravitational pull that draws my attention even when I try to focus elsewhere. The heating vent near my feet releases warm air in rhythmic bursts, creating a pattern of comfort and withdrawal that mirrors my own breathing. Occasionally, it carries scents from elsewhere in the building: industrial cleaners, old coffee, and something organic that reminds me of autumn leaves decomposing in rain. These olfactory intrusions feel like messages from a world beyond this room, hints of normalcy that I can no longer access. My wedding ring catches the overhead light intermittently, sending small rainbows across the white walls like scattered promises. The gold band has worn thin in places, evidence of years spent turning it nervously around my finger during moments of stress. Now it feels loose, as if my hands have somehow shrunk, or as if the ring itself has expanded beyond its original dimensions. When I try to remove it, the metal seems to resist, clinging to skin that no longer feels entirely my own. The silence between questions has weight, pressing down on my shoulders like a physical presence. It fills the spaces between heartbeats, between thoughts, between the person I was this morning and whoever I'm becoming in this sterile environment. Each time it's broken by a voice from beyond the mirror, the interruption feels violent, shattering carefully constructed barriers that immediately begin rebuilding themselves the moment words stop flowing. My memory of the morning exists in fragments, like a photograph torn into pieces and scattered by wind. The harder I try to assemble these pieces into a coherent narrative, the more they seemed to change shape, edges that should connect refusing to align properly. What I remember conflicts with what the evidence suggests, creating a dissonance that grows stronger with each passing moment, each new question, each object that refuses to conform to my understanding of events. The metal table reflects my face in its polished surface, but the image appears warped, stretched into something unrecognizable. When I lean closer, trying to see myself more clearly, the reflection seems to lean away, maintaining a constant distance that prevents true recognition. My features blur and shift in the curved metal, becoming someone else entirely, someone who might have done things I couldn't imagine doing, someone who might have reasons I don't remember having. Story 9. It smelled like wintergreen, sharp and out of place among the stale air. I stopped mid-step, my fingers brushing the textured wallpaper, searching for a logical source. The hallway stood silent, awaiting an answer I couldn't provide. The scent clung to my breath, pulling me toward a blurred, indistinct memory of snow-covered paths and watching eyes. Each inhale deepened my unease, echoing a past confusion that felt too near. Beneath the quiet, the walls seemed to watch expectantly. I knew I would find this smell again. It never truly left. The wallpaper beneath my fingertips told its own story through raised ridges and valleys. Burgundy flowers bloomed in endless repetition, their petals worn smooth by countless hands that had traced these same paths. I remembered choosing this pattern together, how we'd laughed at its old-fashioned formality. Now the roses seemed to twist slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them, their centers darker than I recalled. The adhesive had begun to fail in places, creating small bubbles that crackled when pressed. Each imperfection felt deliberate, as though the house itself was trying to communicate something I'd been too distracted to notice before. The brass doorknob at the end of the hall gleamed despite the dim lighting, polished to an almost mirror finish. Its surface reflected a distorted version of my approach, stretching and compressing my features into something unrecognizable. I couldn't remember the last time I'd cleaned it, yet it shone with the attention of careful maintenance. The metal felt cold against my palm, colder than it should have been given the house's warmth. When I turned it, the mechanism moved with a silence that suggested recent oiling. Someone had been taking care of these details, these small acts of preservation that I'd somehow overlooked in my daily routines. Inside the room, afternoon light filtered through gauze curtains, casting everything in soft amber. The rocking chair sat positioned at an angle I didn't recognize, facing neither the window nor the door but some invisible point between them. Its wooden arms bore the gentle impressions of regular use, the finish worn to a comfortable smoothness. I could almost see the impression of hands that had gripped those arms, the slight depression in the seat cushion that spoke of long hours spent in contemplation. The chair's runners had left faint marks in the carpet, evidence of movement I couldn't quite place in my memory. Books lined the shelves in an order that defied my usual system. Volumes I remembered keeping together had been separated, while others I'd never seen before filled the gaps. Their spines showed varying degrees of wear, some pristine and others bearing the soft creases of frequent handling. One slim volume caught my attention, its binding a deep green that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. When I pulled it free, the pages fell open to a passage marked with a thin ribbon bookmark. The text discussed the reliability of memory, how our minds edit and revise experiences without our conscious awareness. The teacup on the side table held the remnants of something herbal, its bottom stained with leaves that had settled into intricate patterns. Steam no longer rose from its surface, but the porcelain retained enough warmth to suggest recent use. I recognized the cup as part of a set we'd received as a gift, though I couldn't recall brewing tea that afternoon. The saucer beneath showed a ring of moisture, and beside it lay a small silver spoon that reflected the room's light in sharp points. The arrangement looked deliberate, as though someone had set it down with the intention of returning shortly. Photographs on the mantelpiece seemed to have shifted since my last careful observation. The frames remained in their usual spots, but the images within appeared subtly different. In one, shadows fell at angles that didn't match my recollection of that particular afternoon. Another showed a gathering where I could swear an extra figure stood at the edge of the group, someone whose presence felt both familiar and impossible. The glass protecting each image was spotless, suggesting someone had recently cleaned away fingerprints and dust with meticulous care. The floorboards beneath the Persian rug creaked in a pattern I'd learned to navigate over the years, yet now they seemed to sing different notes under my weight. Each step produced sounds that felt foreign, as though the wood itself had somehow changed its voice. I knelt to examine the boards more closely and noticed tiny holes that looked freshly drilled, each no larger than a pinhead. They formed no discernible pattern, scattered randomly across the surface like stars in an unfamiliar constellation. When I pressed my ear to the floor, I could hear the faintest whisper of air moving through these openings. The mirror above the fireplace reflected the room with perfect clarity, yet something in its depths seemed wrong. My own reflection appeared normal enough, but the space behind me looked subtly altered. Furniture that should have been visible remained hidden in shadow, while areas that ought to be dark showed unexpected illumination. I turned to compare the reflection with reality and found them identical, yet the feeling of wrongness persisted. The mirror's silver backing had begun to show its age in places, creating dark spots that looked almost like watching eyes. A music box sat open on the desk, its tiny ballerina frozen mid-pirouette. The melody it played had always been slightly off-key, a charming imperfection that made it endearing. Now the tune seemed different, though I couldn't identify exactly how. The notes hung in the air longer than they should, creating harmonies with themselves that bordered on the ethereal. When I closed the lid and opened it again, the ballerina's position had changed slightly. Her painted face turned toward me with an expression I didn't remember noticing before. The heating vent near the floor breathed warm air in steady intervals, but mixed with that warmth came something else. Not quite the wintergreen scent from the hallway, but something botanical and deliberate. The metal grating showed signs of recent removal, tiny scratches around the screws that suggested careful tampering. When I peered through the slats, the darkness beyond seemed deeper than the usual ductwork would allow. A faint sound echoed from within, like whispered conversation too distant to comprehend. Letters stacked on the writing desk bore postmarks from places I'd never visited, yet they were addressed to me in handwriting I almost recognized. The return addresses belonged to names that felt familiar without being identifiable, as though I'd heard them spoken in dreams. Each envelope had been opened with surgical precision, the contents presumably read and carefully refolded. The papers inside discussed ordinary matters, weather and health and daily concerns, but their tone suggested an intimacy I couldn't place in any relationship I remembered maintaining. The window latch showed wear patterns that didn't match my habits. I rarely opened this particular window, yet the brass showed the kind of frequent use that comes from nightly routine. The glass itself was cleaner on the outside than the inside, suggesting someone had been maintaining it from the garden. Through the panes, I could see footprints in the soft earth below, impressions too large to be my own and too regular to be random. They formed a path that circled the house at a distance that would provide clear views into most rooms. Clock faces throughout the house showed different times, though I was certain they'd been synchronized recently. The grandfather clock in the corner ran fast, while the mantel clock lagged behind by exactly the same margin. Their pendulums swung in perfect opposition, creating a rhythm that felt almost hypnotic. The sound of their ticking had become a constant background to my thoughts, yet now I noticed periods of silence where both clocks seemed to pause simultaneously, as though waiting for some external signal to resume their measurement of time. A jewelry box on the dresser contained pieces I didn't remember acquiring. Delicate earrings and bracelets lay nestled in velvet compartments, their surfaces showing the subtle wear of regular use. One necklace in particular caught my attention, its pendant shaped like a small key. The metal was warm to the touch, warmer than the room's temperature could account for. When I lifted it, the chain seemed to know the weight of being worn, falling into curves that suggested frequent placement around a neck. The bathroom medicine cabinet held bottles with labels I couldn't quite read, their text blurred as though viewed through water. The prescriptions bore dates I couldn't verify and names of medications that sounded almost familiar. Some bottles were nearly empty while others remained full, suggesting a pattern of use I couldn't decipher. Behind these containers, a small mirror reflected not my face but the back of my head, as though I were looking at myself from behind while standing in front of the glass. Towels hung with a kind of precision that spoke of military training or obsessive care. Their folds were identical, their edges aligned with mathematical accuracy. I had never been particularly neat, yet these arrangements suggested someone who found comfort in order and control. When I disturbed one towel to test my theory, I returned later to find it restored to its previous perfection, the fabric showing no trace of my interference. The kitchen held the lingering warmth of recent cooking, though I couldn't recall preparing any meals. Pots and pans sat clean and properly arranged, but their surfaces showed the subtle discoloration that comes from use. The cutting board bore faint knife marks that formed patterns I didn't recognize, scored into the wood with the repetition of habit. Spices in the rack had been rearranged according to some system that wasn't alphabetical or organizational by frequency of use, yet felt logical in a way I couldn't quite grasp. Footsteps in the basement dust told stories I couldn't interpret. The impressions were clear enough to suggest regular traffic, yet I rarely ventured into that space. The prints seemed to follow specific paths between the furnace and the far wall, where nothing of apparent interest was stored. When I followed the trail, it led to a section of the foundation where the mortar between stones looked newer than the rest, as though recent repairs had been made with careful attention to matching the original work. The attic ladder showed where on rungs I'd never used, its hinges oiled to prevent the squeaking I remembered from previous visits. Above, floorboards had been disturbed and carefully replaced, leaving subtle evidence of exploration in spaces I'd considered inaccessible. Boxes I'd stored in specific locations had been moved and returned, their contents presumably examined and cataloged by someone with infinite patience and attention to detail. Garden tools in the shed bore soil from plants I hadn't cultivated, earth with a different texture and color than what surrounded the house. The shovel blade showed scratches that suggested use on rocky ground, while the rake's tines held fragments of leaves from trees that didn't grow on the property. Someone had been gardening elsewhere and returning these implements to their designated places, maintaining the fiction of their exclusive use in my yard. The car keys in my pocket felt different, their weight subtly changed as though copies had been made and the originals replaced with near-perfect duplicates. The metal showed microscopic scratches that formed patterns I didn't recognize, tiny marks that could have been made by unfamiliar locks. When I started the engine, it turned over with a smoothness that suggested recent maintenance I hadn't authorized or requested. Phone messages accumulated in my voicemail, voices that claimed familiarity while remaining unidentifiable. The speakers discussed shared experiences I couldn't place, referencing conversations that felt like they might have happened in dreams. Their tone suggested affection and long acquaintance, yet something in their cadence felt rehearsed, as though they were reading from scripts designed to create the impression of relationships that existed only in their words. The wintergreen scent returned as I stood in the bedroom, stronger now and accompanied by the faint sound of breathing that wasn't my own. The rhythm was slow and measured, the breathing of someone in deep sleep or perfect relaxation. When I held my own breath to listen more carefully, the sound continued, emanating from somewhere within the walls themselves. The smell seemed to pulse in time with these respirations, growing stronger with each inhale and fading with each exhale, as though the house itself had developed lungs and was dreaming of winter walks through snow that never melted, watched by eyes that never closed. Story 10. I stood motionless, eyes fixed on the hallway where the polished floorboards gleamed under the muted light. Each tick of the clock on the wall seemed to echo a moment longer than the last, stretching time like an elastic band ready to snap. The curtains swayed slightly even though the windows were shut tight, whispering secrets to an unlistening room. My breath felt shallow, as if the air had thickened with unspoken words. The shadows cast by the lamp danced along the walls, shifting in ways that didn't match the light's steady glow. Then I noticed an unfamiliar crease in the rug, as though a foot had pressed and retreated, leaving evidence of a presence unseen. The smell comes first, always the smell, something metallic and sweet, like copper pennies left in sugar water. I can't place when I first noticed it, but it clings to the back of my throat now, persistent as a memory I can't quite reach. I think I was standing in the kitchen when it started, or maybe the living room. The details blur together like watercolors in rain. There was coffee brewing, I remember that much. The machine made that gurgling sound it always made, the one that reminded me of someone choking. Why did I think that? I never thought that before. "You're being paranoid," someone said. Was it me? Was I talking to myself again? The voice felt familiar but distant, like hearing your own voice played back on a recording. The house felt different that morning. Or was it evening? Light filtered through the windows at an angle that seemed wrong somehow, casting shadows where shadows shouldn't fall. I walked from room to room, checking things. Checking what? Door locks, window latches, the small ceramic bowl on the kitchen counter where I kept loose change. The bowl was empty. It's never empty. I must have moved the coins somewhere else. People do that, don't they? Move things and forget. But my hands were shaking as I searched through drawers, lifting papers and old receipts, looking for those familiar copper circles that proved everything was normal. "Where did you put them?" I asked the empty room. The walls absorbed my voice without echo. "There's a photograph somewhere. I can see it in my mind, but when I try to focus on the details, they scatter like startled birds. Two people standing close together, smiling. One of them might be me. The other person's face keeps changing when I'm not looking directly at it, features shifting like smoke. I found the photo later, or maybe earlier. Time doesn't behave properly in my memory. It was tucked inside a book I don't remember reading, a book about local history or gardening or something equally mundane. The edges of the photograph were worn smooth, as if someone had handled it frequently. But I was alone in the picture. Just me standing in what looked like the same hallway I'd been staring at, wearing clothes I didn't recognize. My smile looked forced, stretched too wide. Behind me, barely visible in the background, was that same crease in the rug. "This doesn't make sense," I whispered to the photograph. but it offered no explanations. The phone rang while I was studying the image. 3 sharp bursts that cut through the thick air like scissors through fabric. I reached for it automatically, muscle memory guiding my hand, but stopped just before my fingers touched the receiver. Who would be calling? The ringing stopped, then started again, stopped, started. I never answered it. Later, much later, I realized there was no phone in the house. There never had been. The sound was coming from somewhere else, somewhere I couldn't see but could somehow hear, like listening to a conversation through water. The basement door was open when I walked past it. I always keep that door closed, always. The hinges creak when it moves, a long, drawn-out complaint that sets my teeth on edge, but I hadn't heard any creaking. "Hello," I called down the stairs. My voice sounded small and hollow, swallowed by the darkness below. No response, just the steady drip of water from a pipe that probably needed fixing. I didn't go down, something told me not to go down. But I could smell that metallic sweetness drifting up from below, stronger now, almost overwhelming. It made my stomach turn and my head feel light, like I might faint if I breathed too deeply. I closed the door, turned the lock, walked away. The crease in the hallway rug had deepened. Sleep came in fragments that night. I drift off for what felt like moments, then jolt awake with the taste of copper in my mouth and the sound of footsteps that stopped the instant I opened my eyes. The digital clock beside my bed displayed numbers that didn't make sense, sequences that seemed to skip and jump without following any logical progression. "You're losing it," I told my reflection in the bathroom mirror, but the person staring back at me looked older somehow, worn down by something I couldn't name. There were dark circles under my eyes that hadn't been there before, and my hair was messed up in a way that suggested I'd been running my hands through it compulsively. When had I started doing that? I found more photographs the next morning, scattered across the kitchen table like playing cards dealt by an invisible hand. All of them showed the same scene, me standing in various rooms of the house, always alone, always wearing that same forced smile. In each picture, something was slightly different. A chair moved, a curtain drawn, a door ajar. In the last photograph, I was standing in the hallway again, but this time I was looking directly at the camera with an expression I didn't recognize. Fear, confusion, something else entirely. The crease in the rug was gone in that picture. The rug lay perfectly flat, undisturbed. "This isn't right," I said aloud, gathering the photographs into a pile. "None of this is right." But even as I spoke the words, doubt crept in like cold air through a crack in the wall. Maybe it was right. Maybe this was how things had always been, and I was just now noticing. Maybe I'd been alone in this house for longer than I wanted to admit, talking to myself, moving things around without remembering, creating mysteries where none existed. The basement door was open again. This time I was sure I'd locked it. I could still feel the metal of the key between my fingers, still hear the decisive click of the mechanism engaging. But there it stood, slightly ajar, breathing that sweet metallic smell into the hallway like a mouth exhaling. I approached it slowly, my bare feet silent on the cold floor. The darkness below seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, matching the beating of my heart. I could hear something down there now, not quite footsteps, but something similar. A soft shuffling, like someone moving carefully in the dark. "I know you're there," I whispered to the darkness. "I know someone's there." The shuffling stopped. For a long moment we waited for each other, the presence below and me above, locked in a silence that felt charged with possibility. Then, so quietly I almost missed it, came a voice from the basement. My own voice. "I know you're there," it whispered back. "I know someone's there." I slammed the door shut and ran. But running didn't help because the voice followed me. My voice, speaking words I hadn't said, asking questions I didn't remember asking. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, as if the house had learned to speak with my tongue. "Where did you put them?" the voice asked as I huddled in the living room, pressing my hands over my ears. "Where did you put the coins?" I didn't know, I couldn't remember. The harder I tried to recall moving them, the more the memory slipped away like water through my fingers. "Why are you alone?" the voice continued, gentler now, almost sympathetic. "You weren't always alone." The photographs on the table seemed to shimmer in my peripheral vision, their images shifting and changing when I wasn't looking directly at them. Sometimes I glimpsed another figure in the pictures, shadow-thin and indistinct, standing just behind my shoulder or reflected in a window. But when I turned to look properly, there was only me, always me, smiling that terrible forced smile. Who was I with? I asked the empty room. Who else was here? The house didn't answer, but I felt it listening, waiting for me to remember something I'd worked very hard to forget. The metallic smell was everywhere now, seeping from the walls like sweat, collecting in corners and pooling under furniture. I opened windows, turned on fans, sprayed air freshener until the house reeked of artificial flowers, but nothing could mask that underlying sweetness that made my throat close and my eyes water. I started finding things in places they shouldn't be. My toothbrush in the kitchen drawer, a coffee mug in the bedroom closet, books arranged in patterns that spelled out words I couldn't quite read. Each discovery felt like a message from someone who knew me better than I knew myself. "You did this," I said to my reflection, but the person in the mirror just stared back with hollow eyes. "You moved these things. You're doing this to yourself." But I couldn't remember moving anything. The gaps in my memory were growing larger black holes where hours or maybe entire days should have been. I'd find myself standing in rooms with no recollection of how I'd gotten there, holding objects I didn't remember picking up, wearing clothes I didn't remember putting on. The crease in the hallway rug had returned, deeper than before, as if something heavy had been dragged across it repeatedly. I knelt beside it, running my fingers along the compressed fibers, trying to understand what could have made such a mark. The rug was damp. Not wet exactly, but moist in a way that suggested recent contact with something liquid. I pressed my nose close to the fabric and inhaled. The metallic sweetness was strongest here, concentrated and cloying, making my head spin with its intensity. I pulled back the rug. Underneath, the floorboards were stained dark in a pattern that looked almost deliberate, like someone had spilled something and tried unsuccessfully to clean it up. The stain followed the same path as the crease, a trail leading from the living room toward the basement door. "What happened here?" I whispered to the stained wood. "What did I do?" But even as I asked the question, part of me already knew I didn't want the answer. The photographs had multiplied again, covering every surface in the house like fallen leaves. In each one I looked a little different, a little more frightened, a little more alone. The backgrounds remained constant, but my expression changed from picture to picture, telling a story I couldn't quite piece together. In the newest photograph, I was standing at the top of the basement stairs, looking down into darkness with an expression of such profound sadness that it made my chest ache to see it. My mouth was open as if I was calling to someone, but the photograph couldn't capture sound. Who was I calling to? The basement door stood open again, and this time I didn't close it. I sat at the kitchen table, staring down the hallway at that rectangle of darkness, waiting for something to emerge or for the courage to descend. The house held its breath around me, every creak and settling sound amplified in the stillness. I remember now, I said aloud, though I wasn't sure if I was lying. I remember what happened. But the memories that surfaced felt borrowed, like scenes from a movie I'd watched long ago. Fragments of conversation, glimpses of movement, the sound of something heavy being moved across the floor. Nothing connected properly. Nothing made complete sense. The clock on the wall had stopped ticking. I stood motionless, eyes fixed on the hallway where the polished floorboards gleamed under the muted light. The crease in the rug seemed to pulse with its own dark rhythm, and I understood finally that it had always been there, waiting for me to notice, waiting for me to remember what I'd worked so hard to forget. The basement door yawned open like a mouth, exhaling that sweet metallic breath that I now recognized as the smell of secrets kept too long in the dark. My own voice drifted up from below, asking the same questions over and over, trapped in a loop of forgetting and remembering that might never end. I took a step toward the hallway, then another, drawn by the certainty that answers waited in the darkness below. But with each step, the questions multiplied, branching and spreading like cracks in glass, until I could no longer tell which memories were real and which were wishes, which truths were worth knowing and which were better left buried in the sweet-smelling dark. The crease in the rug welcomed my foot like an old friend, and I realized I'd been walking this path for longer than I cared to admit, following the same trail over and over, wearing it deeper with each passage, marking time in a house that had learned to keep its secrets as carefully as I'd learned to forget them.